Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll open up our subcommittee hearings. First bill, House Bill 146, relative to closure of state liquor stores. And Dan, are you going to introduce this then? Okay. Good morning, Representative Eaton.
My name is Daniel Eaton, representing Texas District 9. I'm here this morning on behalf of Representative Leishman, the prime sponsor. Can we take the sound down? Yep, how's this? More gooder? Okay. Representative Daniel Eaton, Cheshire District 9, representing Representative Leishman, who's unable to be here this morning. House Bill 146 is really very simple. It asks that the Liquor Commission, prior to closing any existing store, notify the fiscal committee. Having been a member of the fiscal committee for about 2 decades, I've got great familiarity where we review all the audit reports. We have financial oversight of all agencies, as well as receive and expend funds roughly responsible for about $1 billion off budget during the overall times. The primary part is we receive all audits, and those are reported out of the fiscal committee to the appropriate committees, and we also recommend legislation based on those audits. One of the other sponsors of the bill, Representative Rosenwald, was distressed, and she has subbed on fiscal, that a liquor store in downtown Nashua was closed without any kind of a notification. It appears that the Liquor Commission believes, since they are an enterprise fund, that they may not have to answer certain issues, and they will tell you, or likely to tell you, that they have to respond rapid fire to either acquire a lease, cancel a lease, make an agreement, or whatever. Here's the facts. They know if a lease is ending way in advance, and if they don't, somebody needs to be replaced. They negotiate leases usually well in advance, and if they don't, that's another issue. But the simple fact is, fiscal meets every single month. Timelines are not very difficult here, and there needs to be oversight of every agency. Fiscal is the agency that does that. This is not rocket science. And I would ask for your support of House Bill 146. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I think Senator Rosenwald will be here at some point as well.
Great. Do we have questions from the committee members? Yeah, Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm assuming that one of the reasons that fiscal needs this information is because it could have impact on the budget, and that you need to make adjustments accordingly. Is that true?
That's absolutely true. You need to you need to have the foresight of how it may or may not affect the budget, or whether there is sound reasoning for the closure. It's understandable that Liquor Commission may want to have a superstore somewhere in that area, but if they also have a central store that is showing a profit, is there a legitimate reason for closing it? Just an overview of the legitimacy and the logic behind their decisions.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? So, Representative, I see here it says approval. So what is fiscal committee's parameters in terms of approving it? What would their guidelines and be about what they would approve and not approve?
Fiscal soundness of the decision. Does it make sense? Is it going to benefit the budget, or is it going to be a detriment to the budget? And I think certainly local politics are going to have some play. If nothing else, notification. I know that the frustration with Nashua was they didn't know about it until it was over. Both the constituency and the legislative representatives. Fiscal makes decisions based on finance and soundness every single month in the parameter of the entire state government. This would be nothing new, and we deal regularly with the Liquor Commission.
The reason I ask that, because my memory was it used to be this way, and then
Right.
we made the decision not to do it because we really wanted to have the responsibility put upon the commission to make those decisions. And so just a timing thing, like being, gee, I wish I had known ahead of time, doesn't seem like a real excuse, real reasoning. I mean, I'd say that, well, I understand the economic piece, but like you said, it's politics now. And politics is, don't we want to take politics out of that decision?
I think any decision is going to have politics in it in this building, no matter what happens. But it still comes down to basic economic soundness. Fiscal committee should be aware of the long range and short range production of the Liquor Commission. And I will tell you that there have been numerous times, enterprise fund be damned. Yes, they're an enterprise fund, that the primacy of the legislature should hold in overseeing, overviewing, and deciding what the actual parameters are for financial soundness. There are times that it has been very difficult to get straight answers at fiscal out of the Liquor Commission. I think this will simplify and help.
Well, maybe it would simplify if they just let you know ahead of time and tell you, start making plans for it. But the key word here is approval. Because I just can't imagine fiscal ever approving a closing of a store because of politics.
I would disagree with that, and I would disagree with that strongly in that having been on fiscal for a long time, we've recommended closures of stores prior. Cheshire County being an example, and you know as well as I do, we had a senator at one point some time back that wanted a liquor store in every community. And we, on a per capita basis, probably had more liquor stores than anyone on the planet. And I was one that went to the governor and the Liquor Commission and said, there's a lot of money waste here and time to clean it up, and they started to.
Fair enough. Any other questions in the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Oh, you wanted to ask a question? I'm sorry. You really did take a question. Representative Porcelli.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't
Thank
see
you.
your hand.
I wanted to know what the timeline would be. So with this process, is there, 30 days? What is the timeline that you would be recommending for this quote approval? A week, the next meeting of a committee?
Fiscal has a pretty much standard routine unless there's a major lack of information that they make a decision in a day on the day. We meet once a month.
So
We
it's
usually have
months-
all the information that goes through the legislative budget assistant well in advance that provides all the parameters that we need to know for information. And if it can't be approved that day, it would be based on specific questions that have not been answered. They would be given directly to the commission to report back at the next meeting. And if, and there should never be, but if for some reason there was a time is of the essence necessity, fiscal has the always has the ability to have a special meeting. Follow
Further
up?
question, you may
follow-up.
inquire.
So I just want to make sure I understand it. So it could be several months, theoretically, it could be several months by the time it gets on a calendar and scheduled and reviewed and special meetings. So there is a time element.
I would strongly disagree. Fiscal's track record is Liquor Commission submits the information. The fiscal committee has what's called pre-fiscal. You go through all of that information, all the details a week in advance. You have the information usually prior to that. And when you open up fiscal, you have that agency come in, answer your questions, and you make a decision immediately. It would only be an extreme where it'd be questions unanswered, where you'd have them come back the following month for a decision. I don't remember anything, and we dealt with an awful lot of very, very complex issues that wasn't handled within 30 days, ever.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Dan McGuire, Representative McGuire is in support of the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire, and I represent the town of Epsom. And I'm here because I do support the bill, and I wanted to support, in particular, my chairman, Representative Leishman. So in my town, I have a little anecdote about this in that, so my town just recently, maybe a year ago or so, got a very nice, brand new, large liquor store right on the corner of, on the traffic circle, yes, the corner of Route 28 and Route 4. And the town, I currently only due to redistricting, I only represent Epsom, But previously, I'd also represented the town of Pittsfield next door. And that town used to have a very small liquor store right downtown, maybe a third or a quarter of the size of the new store. And the town of Pittsfield has a lot of downtown apartments and citizens of modest means, and I expect that they typically would walk to that liquor store, whereas the new liquor store, it's not in walking distance of anybody, you know. So it's a significant inconvenience to the people of Pittsfield, I'm sure, when they closed that small one in favor of our large one town over. So it was great for me, not so good for them. And the law, as you read it here, requires 30 days public notice, not much notice, but what is the public supposed to do with that notice, right? I mean, there's nobody to talk to or mention, or, bring it up at all. And so this is a very modest proposal that at least lets somebody who's being affected speak to a legislator. I mean, that's our job, is to listen to our constituents. And I don't say that they did the wrong thing in this particular case, but at least it would give people a way to make themselves heard. And I agree absolutely with Representative Eaton that the fiscal committee does not, I think I was only on it one term, but the primary consideration of the fiscal committee is monetary matters. And they do act relatively quickly. Things are added to the agenda. Maybe it could be easily a week or less before the actual meeting. So this bill does not necessarily affect the timeline of closing stores. And the example I gave you, I mean, it took a year to build the new store. They knew that was going to be open and the other one was going to be closed well in advance. So there's lots of time involved in processing this. So I think this is a modest bill. It just adds a step that allows our branch of government to at least listen to their constituents and possibly make some input. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to give a hypothetical using the Pittsfield one that you gave. Let's say that this liquor store was unprofitable, and although it was convenient to these constituents, do you think that the constituents should have a say in whether an unprofitable business should be allowed to continue?
Well, certainly, I think everybody should have a say. I mean, that's why we have public hearings, right? But in this what your hypothetical, I do think the store should be closed, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't personally know whether that store was profitable or not.
Right.
I assume it was. It was there for a very long period of time, right? So they hadn't tried to close it until there was another large store nearby.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
So I guess I have to admit, I can't imagine any store being unprofitable. I mean, I would assume that even the smallest little operation, it is the liquor commission. So of course they must make. That's the whole point. It makes money. So my question is, when I look at this as to improve profitability and efficiency, which brings me to the question, because we just had our little hearing, and we know that the labor market is really tough right now, and the commission is really short on staffing, and so this seemed like the worst possible time to pass this legislation, because what they're trying to do is create more efficiency. So I assume the bigger store that opened up in Epsom is far more profitable and far more efficient in terms of use of personnel than the one they were closing. And I'm not sure that even the way if this language here, it would have saved that little store if those factors are taken in consideration.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I'm not saying that store should have been kept. I'm just saying it was a situation where the public could give their input to somebody who would listen to it, right? And make a sort of a larger decision. If it was a very close call, I mean, let's say that store was very profitable, but just tiny, right? Then maybe somebody would make a decision to keep it. Okay, that's all. I mean, in this, I think you're right in the sense that if they're having trouble staffing this store, so therefore the hours are getting cut down, right? Then it isn't profitable, and it isn't make sense to pay rent for very few hours, right? So
But I'm sure, like I say, I'm sure it's still profitable. Okay, because it's the state
Well,
liquor store. Everyone's profitable, right?
yeah, not necessarily. I mean,
You can imagine they have one that doesn't make money.
yeah, I mean, if it's something where it depends on how many customers are in the locus of the space, right? And if you started to have big store around, then fewer and fewer customers start coming to this place, and
Right.
you wouldn't have it. So yeah,
Right. So I'm just looking at that word efficiency.
I understand.
So,
Thank you.
yes, Representative McVeigh. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick question. When the presentation on Tuesday by the Liquor Commission, they kept emphasizing over and over that they ran as a business. And if I think of this as a business, wouldn't we want to do everything we could to enable them to act as a business? And would this be some additional step that would infringe on them acting as a business?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to fall back on what Representative Eaton said, and that is it's a business that's owned by the state of New Hampshire. And so in some sense, the legislature is the boss of that business, right? Is the owner of that business. And so we should have some control over it, right? I mean, it's just that simple. Thank you.
Great. Yes, Representative Phillip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-up question to what you just said. What do you feel is the philosophical difference between a publicly owned business such as the New Hampshire Liquor Commission versus a private model, for example, as what we see in Massachusetts?
Yeah, thank you for the question, but I guess I think that's pretty far afield from the scope of this particular bill. So I don't think I'm prepared to talk about that.
Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one more card here, the chairman of the Liquor Commission, and Tina Demers will. In opposition to the bill. Good morning, Chairman
Good
Malika.
morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. Good morning. I'm Joseph Malika, Chairman of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. With me is our CFO, Tina Demers. I'm just going to give you a little background and history on this. Since 1990, the New Hampshire Liquor Commission has had the ability to close our locations without legislative oversight in order to run our business, other than reporting.
And just to give you a little history on the legislation and the reporting, in 2009, the commission had to submit a quarterly report of the state liquor stores that were closed in to the fiscal committee. And then in 2012, they added Roman numeral number 2, which added the requirement that we had to prepare an indirect cost plan, which fairly allocated our overhead expenses to all our stores. So we treated the profitability the same for all locations. So then, excuse me, in 2015, the language changed to what it is today, where we still have to do the indirect cost plan, but we have to report 30 days after a closure of the store. When in 2012, what we had to do was we had to report the indirect cost plan 3 months prior to the start of that fiscal year. So the change has been in what we have to report as far as when the stores close or for the indirect cost plan itself.
And we do have to put a public notice in the stores 30 days prior to closing the location. We talked on Tuesday about the ever-increasing competition in our surrounding states, and we also spoke that 50% of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission's business comes from cross-border sales. One of the things we spoke briefly about was Total Wine. 247 stores, 26 states, $5 billion in sales, having 7 stores in Massachusetts, opening 2 more in this upcoming year. Costco is opening 2 more in Massachusetts. BJ's is opening 1 more, and Market Basket Spirits is opening 4 in Massachusetts and probably 2 to 3 more in Maine. So competition is getting ever more fierce. We're obviously running a business here for the state of New Hampshire, and we take that responsibility very seriously. No one can deny that the locations that we have now are better locations. They're more visible to consumers. We have an overall brand since 2010. We have a logo, we have a look, we have a timber peg, we have a feel, we have forest green, we have granite facade. People recognize what we do. People recognize what we're building from the work that we've done and the plans that we've laid. Overall, we're more profitable. Our ability to respond to an ever-changing real estate market is there. No one can deny that the real estate market is tough. We're not going to lean on that, but we are going to lean on that we're a business. Opportunities come up. Our landlords do not wait for the Liquor Commission to make decisions in a lot of cases. Landlord participation is very important to us. The reason we've been able to grow at the rate we've been able to grow over the past 10 years is because of landlord participation. There's very little state dollars that go into building these stores. The landlord pays for the fit up, and we include that fit up in our square footage cost, usually for the first 10 years of the lease, and then it falls off after 10 years. So we're opening these stores with very little state dollars being put into place. That being said, the planning of these stores is 18 months to 2 years or longer in advance. So some of the stores that we have closed during COVID were stores that we had planned to close. We'll use Derry, for example. We had to close Derry because we didn't have the employees to keep that store open. It was a small store. We had planned on building a new Derry store. We had built a store in Londonderry at Exit 4, and we had built a new store in Londonderry and Exit 5 on either side. So in our business decisions, we make the decision to close Derry, knowing that our consumers do not have to travel very far in the interim to get to a store while we're planning to build this new store. Most of our closures are given way to a new outlet location. So if we close a store, we open a store within that proximity. And it's all about convenience, selection, prices, but mainly convenience to our consumers. The fact that we do not have to report to the fiscal commission, the fiscal committee, is not something that we have to report to them. So it's not something that we don't have to do now. We have to report to them. But every single store that we've closed, we've opened another store in proximity, with the exception of 2. And one was an issue with the town, and that was in Stratham. And that's it. There's no jobs lost in these transfers. All employees for the Liquor Commission have been moved to new and existing locations when these new locations are built.
And I'll just add in that since 2010, we've added over 250,000 square feet in these new locations. And until 2020, we hadn't closed any stores that we didn't relocate or consolidate. So in 2020, the stores that we closed because of staffing issues. We were down 40 full-time employees, and we were down 60 part-time employees. So originally, we temporarily closed the stores, and then when the staffing didn't come back, we had to reduce hours in other locations, then it was decided to close the locations permanently.
Thank you. And one scenario that, a business scenario that needs to be put forth. What if we've planned for 2 years or longer to build a new store? What if we've signed a lease? What if we've made concessions with that landlord? What if we've ordered equipment? Our shelving takes 18 months to get right now. So when we plan these stores, when you see those new stores, this is done a long time in advance. And then we go to fiscal, and because of whatever reason, we're not allowed to close that particular store to open the new store. That is a business problem that I believe that the state of New Hampshire, that relies on the profits of the Liquor Commission, and your constituents would not want. I do not believe, and I have spoken to hundreds of thousands of people in my 13 years at the Liquor Commission. Everyone in the beginning was very skeptical of what we were doing. But I knew that we were winning the consumers over when people stopped asking, why are you changing my store, to when are you going to change my store? That is a huge move. Consumers like what we're doing. And again, I cannot say enough. We are not a standalone business. 50% of our business comes from cross-border. If when people get here, they are not wowed by what we do, we lose. Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. If we could return for a moment to the matter of the 30-day notice.
Certainly.
I'm wondering if you could tell me whether that is required by statute or whether that is an internal decision with respect to the commission. If, regardless of what the answer to that question is, what is the intent of the 30-day notice? For example, is it merely to advise your customers that you will be doing something in 30 days? Or is there a mechanism built into the process such that you are soliciting or you're at least welcoming feedback from customers as to their response to your intent to close in 30 days? And if this has ever been the case, or if it were to be the case, would there be any opportunity for reconsideration on the part of the commission with respect to its announced decision to close? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Representative. The statute says that the Liquor Commission has to give notice. We post notice on the store, in the location for 30 days, and we post notice in the newspaper. Given the reasons that I have spoken about and the planning that it takes to build one of these stores, and we have taken the Liquor Commission stores out of the dog legs of plazas and taken dingy, small packies and made them into a world-class business. And we're very proud of what we've done. And I think if we did a survey of consumers, I think they're very happy with what they see is their brand and their business.
Follow?
Further question, may inquire.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not being clear with respect to the second part of my question. The second part of my question was, is there a built-in mechanism to the notification process such that you would either solicit or welcome feedback from customers that would be affected by the closure, and such that the commission would take those into consideration before making its final determination? Or has the final determination already been made, and therefore the notice is just, we're going to do this and it's done? And there's no bias in this question.
Sure.
I'm asking for information.
No, there's always an opportunity, and we get a lot of public comment about anything that we do. But there's nothing in the statute that requires us to do that other than to post the public notice for 30 days.
Follow. So therefore, since there is nothing in the statute that requires you to do anything other than to notify the public that you're going to close a store, therefore, it is effectively a decision that has already been made, and therefore, any comment that you receive will not have any effect upon potential reconsideration of the decision that you have already made. Yes or no, sir?
I just stick, would you believe? Would you believe? Yeah, that he's just saying is that, you know, it's at that point, it is too late. I mean, this is a chicken and the egg
It
problem.
is. The
Yeah.
planning has long
It's long
since been done.
Exactly. So the answer is yes.
The deals have
30
long-
days is just simply, it's notifying that this is coming up and where do you need to start looking now to get to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your presence and your insight with respect to my question, and for your helpfulness.
I like the yes, no answer to it. I'm going to
Yes,
say yes.
thank you, thank you.
Yes. Any other questions from the
My
committee
pleasure.
members? Okay, Representative Burrows and then
Would,
Representative Sullivan.
would the insurance commission be more comfortable? What?
Liquor?
Oh, it's liquor, okay. I'm sorry, would the liquor commission be, thank you very much. Would the liquor commission be, more, comfortable with the bill instead of prior approval? It said prior notice. That the approval part is taken out from the fiscal committee, that they don't have the opportunity to approve? Well,
The 30 days is already in a different statute?
Right.
No, after the closing of the liquor store.
So
It's not prior.
it's not prior to, it's giving notice to the
Okay,
fiscal
oh, I see, it's right there,
committee
okay.
that we have closed a store.
Right.
So that the indirect cost can be allocated across the rest of the stores evenly.
Okay. Representative Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So could you explain to us in the room, just what is the mission as it's specifically laid out by the legislature? Is it to profit maximize? Is there another agenda that you're supposed to be achieving? Sure.
You know,
No, our statute that guides the Liquor Commission is 176.3. Optimize the profitability of the commission, maintain proper controls, assume the responsibility for effective and efficient operation of the commission, and provide service to the customers of the commission.
Okay. And so follow-up question.
further question.
Yes. So how do you see this potential regulation impacting your ability to achieve that? I mean, so you touched on it a little bit. It would take away potentially your ability to plan longer term, but are there other aspects that we haven't touched on that this might impact or prevent you from being able to do it or better serve your ability to fulfill that mission?
Well, being a businessman and giving frank answers, I will tell you that the decisions that we make now are based on business criteria, and they're based on the ability to move our stores where consumers are. With like-minded, you can see the stores that we've built. We've built them in areas where like-minded consumers are there. Obviously, we're with Market Basket, we're with Hannaford's, we're with Costco, we're with BJ's. If we turn these decisions into a potential political decision, that takes away the ability of the commission to run an effective and efficient operation.
No further questions. Thank you.
We have more questions. Representative Fila, you want to try again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned a scenario before where there's the potential that you could have signed a lease, already have entered into agreements for product, and then have to make the decision to close a store due to that, which could be inconvenient due to the necessity, if this were to pass, to have to go to the fiscal committee. Assuming at arguendo that this were to pass and you did need to go to the fiscal committee to ask for the closure of a store, do you think that information such as the signing of a lease and having already entered into contracts for product would be the type of information that you would present to the fiscal committee when asking for the permission to close a store?
Absolutely, it would be.
Follow up.
Further
Do
question?
you think then that that would be the type of information that could potentially be considered by the committee when making the decision as to whether it is appropriate or not to close a store?
Anything that takes the decision away from being a business decision on behalf of the profitability and on behalf of the statute that we're responsible to follow would be a problem for the business itself.
Representative
Calabro.
Calabro.
That's okay. I'm used to it. Question. If the commission were to adopt a policy change that would allow for greater transparency in these decisions within a timely manner, would we then be able to at least evaluate that rather than go through the general court with this?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Policy change that would require you to notify people and allow them an opportunity, some vehicle through which they can find out about these things in advance,
We do,
rather than go through the finance committee.
well, we do notify, as part of the statute, we do notify people in advance. 30 days in advance is part of what we do.
Okay, now Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's the way I'm looking at it from what the information you provided. It's not so much store closings as you're moving to a new location. And in fact, it sounds like you've actually only had 2 actual store closings where there were not options nearby. Is that correct?
During COVID in 2020, we closed 7 stores. So 7 of our least profitable stores that had other locations that were nearby, or the 2 that had plans to be renovated or, relocated already in the queue.
Follow up?
Further question?
Thank you. So when it is an actual move to a new location, as in the Epson example scenario, do you provide the employees at the previous location that's closing to work at the new location because it is so nearby?
Yes, we do. We transfer all our employees.
Thank
No,
you.
in any closures and in any new stores that have been opened, no liquor commission employees have been let go or laid off. None.
Oh, we have one more question.
It's not a question, just a
Okay.
request. Could you submit your testimony, please?
Oh, yes. Clerk would like written testimony if you have it. That'd be
Sure.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
As often happens, when I announce we have one card left, we always get another one that appears out of nowhere. Jim Demers, who represents New Hampshire Wine and Spirits Brokers Association, who is in opposition to the bill and wants to speak for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry, I wasn't going to testify, but listening to the testimony, I felt that my group would want to go on record in opposition to this particular piece of legislation. So for the record, my name is James Demers, and I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Wine and Spirits Brokers Association, which are the 4 major brokerage firms that supply distilled spirits and wines to the State Liquor Commission. And I think our concern is that this would be a significant change that could actually have the opposite effect of what is intended in the current law to improve profitability and efficiency. I was a legislator back in the 1980s, and I actually remember a state senator in the North Country who was outraged that a little tiny non-profitable liquor store was going to be merged into a bigger store. And the politics that broke out was unbelievable. And my fear is that this could be another situation that develops just like that. This industry has become extremely competitive over the past few years. If you go to Massachusetts, you now see superstores that did not exist 10 years ago that are extremely competitive with the New Hampshire liquor stores. And I have to give the commission credit that we have really moved toward new stores that really were long overdue. And as a result of these new stores, these bigger stores that have been built here in New Hampshire, we are far more competitive with our neighbor states. We have greater selections because the stores are so much bigger. And as a result, that has been a key reason why the Liquor Commission has been able to continue to improve profitability for the state of New Hampshire. And we have a real fear that if politics does interfere with these decisions, we're going to go back to the days when stores literally are losing money, but the votes are there to keep the store open. And that really flies in the face of what we've done for over a decade now, trying to give the Liquor Commission the ability to run the stores like any other business would be run in the state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will close our public hearing on House Bill 146.
And on the blue sheet, there's one pro and one con. Yeah, you did.
Sorry, yeah, come and sit down. I just lost my clerk. Okay. So are you Hope Arman? Okay. Good.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Shall I proceed?
Well, theoretically, I'm supposed to wait for my clerk here,
Sorry.
but we're all on YouTube, so we can all see it.
Either way.
So go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. Good morning, committee, public. For the record, I am Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan County, the towns of Ackworth, Langdon, Leominster, Goshen, Washington, Springfield, Sunapee, my hometown of Croydon, and the city of Claremont. That's the longest part of my testimony. Not really. I'm here on behalf of a constituent bill proposed by my Croydon neighbor, Chris Prost, who owns Polyculture Brewery. I perceive this as a simple, but perhaps nothing ends up simple, I acknowledge that, change in the RSA regarding the licensing and licensing fee for nanobreweries. The bill would remove the requirement that nanobreweries manufacture beverages in a public building. The issue at the core of it is the definition of public building. There are nanobreweries, including Polyculture, where the building for manufacture is attached to a residence, but distinctly separate entrance and operation and not part of the residence. This is permitted by federal law. It's not called a public building in federal law. But in the New Hampshire RSA, I have to be careful that I say this accurately. The law states the license shall entitle the licensee to sell at retail or wholesale only beverages manufactured by the licensee in a public building as defined in RSA 175:1 LV-A. The net result of that is nanobreweries are having to pay the beverage manufacturer licensing fee, which is considerably more than the nanobrewery licensing fee because their facility is not a distinctly separate building. In rural communities like Croydon, there's not a lot of rental property or other options for where to operate, and it is practical and wise from a business sense for a nanobrewery to be able to operate in this way. The nanobrewery law was created to help small breweries get started in the state. I think collectively, most folks would agree that small business is good for New Hampshire. I personally was a small business owner until about 2 weeks ago. I retired from a private practice as a dietitian. And the laws that impact small businesses make such a difference in our ability to operate and be profitable. I think I'll stop there, and with the committee's consent, invite Chris Prost to speak further.
Sure, good idea.
All right, thanks. Let me get closer to this. Yeah, hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak on House Bill 167. My name is Chris Prost. I'm a veteran, father, and small business owner. My wife and I own Polyculture Brewing in Croydon, as Representative Damon mentioned. So we're one of the smallest breweries in the state. We produce less than 50 barrels of beer annually. And since our start 4 years ago, we've been unable to access the license that seems like it was written for breweries like ours, the Nano Brewery license, RSA 178-12A. So it's intended for breweries producing less than 2,000 barrels annually. And like I said, we produce less than 50. And several other very small breweries like ours are in the same situation. And I believe some have submitted statements online. And yeah, the Liquor Commission has repeatedly cited the public building language of this law, which is what we're trying to remove, as the reason for not approving us for this license. Our brewery is in a barn that shares a wall with our house and is on our property. So they've cited concerns about having a brewery in a residence, but federal regulations prohibit breweries in dwellings. And you have to comply with federal code to obtain a federal brewer's permit, which you need to obtain a state permit. We have proper commercial insurance as well as the permits and permission from our town to operate. But instead of being licensed as a nano brewery, we've been forced to be licensed as a beverage manufacturer, the same as the largest breweries in the state. And we've brought this issue up several times since our initial licensing in 2018. And I have an email from 2020 where another brewery opened in a nearby town operating out of their garage, and they were able to obtain a nano brewery license. And when I asked the Liquor Commission why, that was allowed, but our situation wasn't, they stated that the commission has ruled that a building on a property where people live is their private residence. If a brewery is in a detached building on the property, then it is not a private residence since no one resides. So again, they're using this idea that since there's an attachment, we are not a public building. But like I said, there's been inconsistent rulings on this in my mind. So yeah, the result of the different licenses is that we pay a higher licensing fee of $1,200 annually to be a beverage manufacturer, which is 5 times more expensive than the nano brewery license fee, which is $240. And it doesn't seem like a huge difference in the overall scheme of things, but I'm sure any small business owner would tell you that every dollar counts, especially in times like these. And added up over our 4 years of existence, it's almost $4,000 extra paid in licensing fees, which could have gone to equipment or ingredients or expanding our operations. Aside from the monetary issue, we also miss out on opportunities that have been made available to nano breweries through legislation because legislators understandably assume that all small breweries are nanos and all beverage manufacturers are large, which in our instant is definitely not the case. So one example is that we've been blocked from hosting tastings with local wineries. That provision was only added to the nano brewery law and not the beverage manufacturer law. Notably, the public building language doesn't appear in any other RSAs pertaining to alcohol manufacturing in the state, including liquor manufacturing license, wine manufacturer license, beverage manufacturer, or brew pub license. So we're not sure why it's included in this statute. So removing the language would put the decision making for appropriate building use back on the town or municipality, allowing for local control. It's particularly important because of several other breweries that share our situation. Most are in rural areas where commercial property is limited. Towns should be able to decide for themselves what operations can be conducted in their buildings and support the startup of small businesses there if they wish to. In closing, I ask for you to support House Bill 167, by removing these few words, you will finally make the nano brewery license to some of the smallest breweries in the state, as well as restoring decisions to local municipalities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great, thank you. Now, normally I would do, as a chairman, I would ask for questions, but in this case, quote from a famous play, I was in the room where it happened. Is there access from the house into the barn?
There's an entrance, but it's padlocked with a TTB, which is federally approved locks, and permanently closed, which is what the federal statute requires.
Right. So basically what the commission is enforcing is that the intent was, yes, you could put it in a garage, assuming the garage was detached, that there was no access capability going between the two. In particular, the access would be by the family who lives there. Theoretically, it's not your family. It could be a rented property. So did they ever say to you, all you got to do is take those locks off and block off that door and board it up so that there's no access between the house and the barn? Did they ever tell you that?
No, I mean, that was never presented as an option.
Okay. That is what we heard in the committee when this legislation was passed. That all it was supposed to do is make sure that there is no access between the two.
May I? So, on the surface, that would solve the problem, but since the law is not being enacted that way, I'm not sure how my constituents should proceed. I mean,
We could certainly amend the statute to make that issue clear.
I mean, I guess why we're pursuing just full removal of the language is because it doesn't appear, like I mentioned, in any other liquor manufacturing law in the state. So I'm just confused as to why it should make a difference in this case.
Because, yeah, that's a good question. Because the expectation is a nano is a small operation and is tendency to do it on next to their home. And that a custom or a beverage manufacturer is usually a much more industrial, much more, and no one ever when we it's the devil's in the details when we're writing up a statute that we didn't really think in terms of how this problem came up only because we passed the nano bill. And in that nano bill, we knew this was going to be a very small person who would be operating this, and the tendency would be that they would use their garage. And therefore, that the intent, the way that language was written, and I agree with you that it's awkward that it's using the phrase public building. I agree with that, but we can change that word too. But at the end of the day, the legislative intent, why we passed it, was to uphold the federal requirement too, which is there has to be a clear bifurcation of a residence from the operation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd just point out that the Liquor Commission has no issue licensing us as a beverage manufacturer in the exact same space with the exact same setup. And additionally, like I mentioned, the federal statute, the TTB has approved this solution. In fact, it's what they recommend. That's why they make these TTB approved locks. This is the Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. So I guess that's just, I mean, I don't know what else to add aside from I'm just trying to present the picture that's played out with us. As I said, there's other examples, other breweries that have run into the same situation, and I believe they've submitted statements. I'm not sure, what they've said or what they've presented as their specific situation.
Fair enough. Yeah, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for coming and testifying. I'm just looking at the definition for public building. I just had it here. The very last sentence says a public building shall not be construed to mean a private residence. So in your mind, would your space qualify as a private residence?
No, I mean, in my mind, the private residence is separate from the business space.
so if I may.
Yes.
Speaking as someone who's been there, it's a barn. you wouldn't live in it. It's a nice barn for a nano brewery.
It has bathroom facilities in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Representative Calabro.
If I'm to understand this, with a private residence, and we take away and strip the public building, we're also stripping some of the protections that are given in that for people. So if you're looking at building code, and we're looking specifically here at building code from 2018, you're looking at trying to make a residence also meet the needs for a business or manufacturing operation, which is basically what a nano brewery is small manufacturing beverages. So if you're looking at protections, my question to you is how are you going to protect that residence if, because they are not necessarily going to be protected? Fire risks, means of egress, I can go on and on.
I mean, in our situation, I should, I guess, make clear, we are already licensed and operating as a beverage manufacturer. I mean, and we've received permits from the town, including the fire department. But to that specific case, I mean, just to highlight our example, our entire property is insured commercially. Because obviously there are insurance questions like you're mentioning. So obviously it's a complicated thing. And it's not something that's, that took a lot of figuring out with the insurance and that sort of thing. So there are definitely considerations like that, but I feel that we've met them. But again, I can't speak to any other examples in the state or their municipality.
So the risks, excuse me.
Further question.
Further question. So the risks are being mitigated by other entities completely.
In my opinion, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Mackley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a clarification for me, as either a nano brewery or as a brewer manufacturer, are you required to sell on premises, or could you deliver and have all your sales off premises, meaning that you're not having the liability of customers coming into the barn, et cetera, et cetera?
In our case, I believe the law would allow either to do both or, either case. When we first got our start, we didn't have any the public couldn't come and do any tastings at our location. We were only doing stores and farmers markets. And then later we added a tasting area. So I guess in my understanding of the laws, you could do either or with either license.
But you're not required to have people come on premises to buy it. Is that correct?
The assumption with the nano was that they absolutely would be coming to get.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
The,
you.
the assumption when we passed the nano legislation, it was absolutely, it was intended that the customer is coming into the facility to get that pint, because that's where we went, the whole battle would be 1 pint, 2 pints, and versus the sample. So no, that was always the expectation.
But both license, sorry.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, what this issue is that it's amazing that we do allow you to become a customer, a beverage manufacturer, notwithstanding. So really, at the end of the day, the difference comes down to is $420 difference in the licensor fee, and that's what this is about. Is that he's licensed as a nano. It's a different, the license is much cheaper than if you were a regular custom.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
the difference is between $1,200 and $240.
Oh, that's the full license then. Okay.
Yeah, and also,
Okay.
like I said, there's been other legislation that's been presented as it's helping small breweries because it's going to apply to nano breweries and not beverage manufacturer. And additionally, I'd say there's also a consumer aspect to it where people say, nano brewery and I think the overall definition in the industry doesn't mean a specific license. It just means you're very small.
Right.
So there's been
The
some,
amount of manufacturing.
there's questions where consumers say, oh, you're a nano brewery. And it's just a kind of strange thing to be like, no, actually, although we are very small and we would be considered one size-wise, we're technically not in the state. But that's kind of a not huge impact.
Okay, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I do realize, having served on this committee for a long enough period of time, to recognize that we have recognized that there is no legislation that is, by its very nature, perfect, and that we are in the process all the time of reviewing how our legislation affects people, businesses, and so forth, and are certainly open to the process of perfecting or striving for perfection when it comes to legislation. So the question that I have, as we apparently are in the process of perfecting here, or have an intent to perfect, with an unintended consequence, I am interested in knowing how long you have had the padlock on the means of egress between the barn and the house, in fulfillment of the federal requirement, as I understand it. How long have you had that padlock on, and have there been any occasions on which you have removed the padlock, and for what reasons and for what periods of time?
I mean, when we get issued the federal, I mean, there's kind of a hand-in-hand process. Like, you can have the federal brewer's permit and not a local state one, so you can't actually produce. But I mean, from when the federal, I mean, basically obtain the federal permit, and then the state is in charge of kind of verifying. So, I mean, I'd say from when we had that inspection from the State Liquor Commission, which you need to get the license. It's kind of like one of the last steps. So since then, yeah. So I mean, to undergo, since the licensing process started until now, the lock's been in place.
Follow, to be clear.
Further question, you mean?
How long has the padlock been on the door, and have you ever removed it, and for what purpose and for what period of time?
So I guess since we got the license in May 2018, I would say since then. Yeah, so the entire time we've been licensed.
4 years the padlock's been on the door,
Yes.
and you haven't removed it,
Um,
to the best of your knowledge?
yes, to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you very much.
Representative Gibbs.
Are there any differences in requirements, such as safety or accessibility requirements, between the requirements for the beverage manufacturer and the requirements for the nano brewery?
Well, what I'd say is currently I think the only main difference is that the Nano Brewery has this language that states it must be in a public building. The beverage manufacturer law doesn't contain any language of that type. So in my interpretation, it would be, I guess, the Nano Brewery, it seems like there's an extra layer where the state is having a weighing in on that sort of thing, whereas these other license types, it's just up to the municipality.
Further question, Mr. Chairman?
Further question, may inquire.
Representative Damon, is that your understanding as well, that that's the only difference?
To my knowledge, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you very much.
Can you provide your testimony, please?
The copy of written testimony.
I must apologize. This is my first time as a prime sponsor, and I didn't type it up, but I can type it up and provide it to you
But
subsequently.
his testimony would be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to the committee.
Okay,
And I'm back to educate.
So we'll have the Liquor Commission come up now, Aiden Moore, who will answer questions and is opposed to the bill due to questions on the impact of the change. Good morning, Attorney Moore.
Mr. Chairman, it's a pleasure to be here before your committee. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission, and with me is
Sorry for the last minute card. As most of you know, for the record, my name is Mark Armaganian. I'm the Director in Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing.
Mr. Chairman, what our reservation is really built around not knowing exactly if by removing this phrase, what other potential challenges we face by businesses who acquire a nano license and then may wish to actually move it into their home, into their residence, possibly into their basement. We don't really know what the scenarios are. And therefore, our concern is that by removing this, we really have no measurable standard by which to evaluate an application and issue a license. We have reached out to the sponsor of the bill to try to see what we could do to resolve the questions that are part of this. And I believe the Enforcement and Licensing Division has reached out to the licensee in an attempt to revisit the facility, to evaluate whether the appropriate license is issued. And so we're always, as the chief has mentioned repeatedly, looking to work with the industry to resolve issues that present themselves and help a small business to continue to function and operate within the state. So would you like to say anything?
Yeah. Thank you. Also, on that note, there were attempts to actually go out to this premise. As I've testified over the last 6 years, this is a process with liquor enforcement and licensing of trying to do it better than the previous year. And we are finding things as we go along that need to be fixed. And there's a bill in front of you that is a cleanup bill to fix stuff. With that in mind, as the licensee testified to, there was an interpretation issue here. An interpretation issue that at times you've seen me go, why aren't we? But at the same time, we ran into just recently, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but we wanted to go out to the licensed establishment to put eyes on this, and that was received reluctantly. I do have a personal and professional position on the privacy of our citizens of this state. So when it comes to residents and dwellings, and I'm a regulatory division, I don't know if you want me in your house, to be quite honest about it, when my job is to regulate this industry. And that's a little different coming from somebody like me, where, we look at this as there could be a possible safety issue here because we have to bring fire in. That was a great question, Representative. But at the same time, there are other stakeholders involved here that, to include the municipality, to include TTB, which of course is the oversight at the federal level. So we have tried to resolve this. We believe that there is another bill out there that actually resolves this issue, coming from the Senate. And I think CJ is here that could speak more on that because it's from the association. But again, reluctantly, nothing wanted to be done with this bill when it was brought to everybody's attention that there's a bill out there that could clean this all up. If I'm wrong on that, I stand to be
I'm
corrected.
glad to
and I
hear that
apologize
you
that.
realize that there's a problem here and we need to get this cleaned up. That sounds great. Any questions from the committee members? Yeah, Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So one of the things that you said, one of the challenges that could occur would be potentially people could be going into their basements or other parts of their house. If I took the previous testimonies seriously, which is that would be against the law at the federal level, wouldn't it? Would it not? That was my understanding of what I just heard. And I don't know the law.
If the business resides in the residence and there's a statutory obligation to regulate, whether it's from a safety level or from an enforcement level, a regulatory level, we have the right to go into that residence.
Right. So
Further question.
further question. My question, however, though, is if having a brewery operation in a dwelling is prohibited under federal law, then what is the purpose of this wording as it is with public what has to be a public building? Like, what is the purpose of that if a private dwelling is already forbidden under federal law? In addition, if you have the ability to do all of what they're doing currently, because he has a different type of license, right? So he's doing what he wants to do. He's just not getting the nano classification, which is what he wants. I'm struggling to understand the need for this. Like, I would like to know what true risks there are of having
So
this.
I can
unique
actually
wording.
answer this question since I was in the room when it happened. And this discussion about the basement came up. And the discussion was, if the hot water heater is in the basement, and the hot water heater has a repair problem, how is the residents going to get in there without, having some access into that separate space? So that the conversation was around the purpose of this statute, that the purpose, as far as I know, is the federal statute, is that there is the bifurcation is there is no shared services. In other words, you can't use, if you can have a bathroom, which we're going to talk about next, if you have the bathroom has got to be in the barn. He can't say you can go in the house to get to the bathroom. So the key element maybe is that the basement is an example of how, and I guess it is possible that the hot water heater for the house is in the barn. There would be a problem. Okay, so the key element is the way I remember how this was laid out for us is it has to be really standalone. It has to not that the two services cannot intermingle. So the electricity, for instance, it would have to have a separate electric meter from the residents.
I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that. I'm still struggling though. Why this only would apply to nano and not, like, why can you do manufacturing?
That's a good question because
it seems like the same
yeah,
thing's
what happened was is that when we were doing we've always had the beverage manufacturer license, and beverage manufacturer license, it does the same thing as nano, which is that you have to have the federal license before you can get the state license. So since it was required on the federal license, no one ever thought twice about it. When it came to nano, I would say there was some of the pushback from, let's say, beverage manufacturers, other people. There was a pushback, and they were saying, let's really make sure that federal concept is really enforced, because what we had perceived what a nano was going to be was basically someone who was making beer himself or herself at home and then decided they want to sell it. And so that they would still be doing it at home. And that was where we came into feeling compelled to add this paragraph, into the statute to really make sure that federal law was understood and kind of give some meat to the bones. So that's it. Yes, it's a fluke. And as Representative Terry says, it's just part of the process when you do legislation. And that's, this was a piece of sausage that was kind of thrown in while it was being done.
Thank you,
Representative
Chairman.
Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For clarification again, and this is, I guess, now a two-part question. Does the federal law, in fact, prohibit operating a brewery in a dwelling? And if that is the case, is it possible that anyone could legally, under federal law, operate a brewery in the basement of the dwelling? And then I guess the third part is, if in fact it's impossible, would there ever be a need to go into a dwelling to inspect the basement? I hope that's clear, and if it's not clear, please ask me to clarify the
Thank
question.
you for your question, Representative. I cannot state with certainty what the federal law is, and of course, under Title 13, the commission, as Representative Hunt pointed out, because he's been here a long time,
You've been here longer.
is that the nano brewery was an extension of what is allowed currently in New Hampshire law for any one of you who decide you want to brew at your house. You decide that's an interest to you. You can brew up, I believe it's 200 gallons, and the industry then said, look, we want to provide a pathway for these people who really have taken this passion and to allow them to get into business. And by doing so, the nano license was created to give them a path, again, with limited production levels. And the separateness was there because, as the chairman said, most of these businesses started out of their house. And the conversion from a home recreational hobby to a business now brings in a number of other considerations. Alcohol, as you can well imagine, and the Supreme Court of the United States has said so, is a highly regulated commodity. And as a result of being a highly regulated commodity, it is subject to reasonable searches by the agency that oversees it to conduct inspections to make sure there's compliance. So therefore, enforcement, the chief and his staff would be able to make an appearance at a licensed nano brewery, knowing that it is subject to reasonable regulation under the Administrative Procedure Act and administrative search warrants to inspect it. If it were in a home, well, the courts have spoken very clearly about what it takes to get law enforcement into a home without exigent circumstances. You need a warrant. You got to get in there on a warrant, unless somebody lets you in. And it's just as easy that any homeowner could say, no, I don't know, sorry, come back with a warrant. And to avoid that rub, I believe the legislature put in this public building aspect for this particular licensee because of its path on growth from a home hobby to commercialization. And that's why it is there. Now, it's my understanding, and I may be wrong, that this gentleman has a separate lease. Do you have a lease for? And if so, that takes it into another commercial range, which I believe is what the chief and his staff were going to evaluate. To relook at this issue, evaluate it, and see what.
Key thing is to look at it. What is the Senate bill number?
Yeah. Right now, it's just an LSR.
LSR. Who is the sponsor? What senator? Lang. Okay. Great.
Further questions,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. Again, for clarification, the gentleman who testified earlier, who operates the brewery in his barn, has a license as a beverage manufacturer, but he has been denied a license as a nano brewery. Could you clarify why it's acceptable for him to have a license as a beverage manufacturer, but not as a nano brewer, considering that the circumstances are identical?
Thank you for the question, Representative, and I think it's a great question and one that I want to personally resolve. You have a very legitimate question. I don't know until I look at it, and when I look at it, it might fulfill the obligation of what is a nano brewery, and the gentleman's fees will go down from $1,200, $1,200 and change, down to $240. That is very accurate testimony, but not putting eyes on that location prohibits me from making that decision. And I want to clean that. Again, those of you that know the reason why I came here 6 years ago and what my job has been tasked to do, these are things that I've been tasked to do, and that's to fix this stuff. So, for lack of a more polished term, so This could be one of them. I don't know. I haven't gone down there. I want to go down there. Personally, I want to go down there. And I've done that several times throughout this state.
Okay, Representative Phillip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm trying to understand the purpose of these provisions. As I understand it, the purpose of the Nano Brewery statute is in part to alleviate the difficulties of the search and seizure provision for the Liquor Commission if there were to be a brewery in a home, correct?
Go ahead. I don't believe that's the purpose. Could you restate your question, please?
At least in part, the Nano Brewery provision alleviates some of the search and seizure difficulties if there were for the Liquor Commission or other enforcement, if there were to be a brewery in a home. Is that correct?
We would look at it probably in reverse, that if you were an applicant for the license, we would say, is this facility that you're intending to have your brewing operation in a public building? And if the answer is no, it's not, then under the current statute, you would be ineligible to hold that license.
What do you see then as being the legislative purpose of this statute if it is not trying to achieve then that public good of eliminating the search and seizure problem for the Liquor Commission?
The way looking at this from a historical perspective, and unfortunately I've been around long enough to see a lot of the history as it's kind of built up. I was not working, I'm a former enforcement member. I spent 25 years with the commission, the last 10 as the chief. I was not present when the Nano license was created. So I'm not privy to some of the conversations that took place, but the Nano license was not created to avoid a search and seizure issue. The Nano license was created to give a pathway to the home brewer to get into the commercial market if they wished. And therefore, by entering into that commercial market, they are now subject to the reasonable regulation that comes with holding a license to sell alcohol in New Hampshire. So with that, the reasonable regulation does, and the commission has in its statutes, the requirement to do inspections and to ensure Title 13 is in compliance. So the statute, by virtue of the fact that it moves it to a public building, kind of avoids this issue of search and seizure out of a residence, because we wouldn't permit that to be licensed in a private residence. I hope I've answered your question.
As a follow-up, if the licensee were to hold out that a particular portion of a building, for example, that was padlocked off, a barn, for example, that was padlocked off from the rest of the building, was the brewery, what search and seizure difficulties does that hold off for the commission to only search that area and no other area?
No two businesses that sell alcohol in New Hampshire are alike. None of them. None of them. My experience has been, you talk to 100 people and they're all going to have their own business models. They're going to have their own idea what things look like, where they're going to be, how it's going to run. And so, therefore, everything that we do in the way of licensure is an independent review of the facts and circumstances that present themselves at the time of application. So if the gentleman is going to get a license, then we would be looking at what are the facts and circumstances, looking at the statute, what does the statute require, what does it prohibit, and then running through that checklist, literally a checklist that says yes, no, and then based upon what is at the end will come a recommendation from the enforcement division whether to license or not license from the commission. Someone made the interpretation that this business was not eligible for a Nano Brewery license, but took the next step, which seems to be much more costly, to get them into a business license that they were eligible and there were no limitations on, and that is the beverage manufacturer license. So rather than just say, no, you can't get this license, period. Well, you can't get this license, but we do have another pathway for you. Now, is that the right pathway? Well, you've heard the chief say he's going to check that out and make sure that that's been explored.
We're going to get this fixed.
Always fix it, sir. Always fix it.
And of course, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about public building, private building. If the barn is on his property, I don't understand how that can be a public building. If
Public
it's-
is probably the wrong word. Yes. It was the wrong word, but that was just what we were doing when we were making sausage.
I think it has to do with availability, Representative.
Okay.
Who can get there, and if the property owner wants to allow someone onto their property without restriction to come to their facility, then I think that would meet the
Great.
requirement.
We're looking forward to getting this resolved very quickly so that when the license is renewed, he can renew himself as a nano. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, one more card, CJ Haynes, who represents the New Hampshire Brewers Association. Good morning. It's still morning. Good. All right. Please make sure your mic's on and you talk really
Apologies.
closely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is CJ Haynes, and I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Brewers Association. I currently represent over 90 breweries in the state of New Hampshire. We have proposed a bill that I believe will create a solution for this problem entirely. And it will also help the Liquor Commission from their standpoint. And it'll also help a number of other breweries in the state that fall into this category of perhaps what we'll say is mislicensed as a beverage manufacturer instead of their true intended nano license. And the bill that we are proposing is actually in LSR right now, and the language is being finalized today and tomorrow. And one of the provisions of that bill is to actually repeal the nano license and add 2 tiers to the beverage manufacturer license, which would mean that there would be a tier for 0 to 500 barrels annual production for the $240 price of a nano current. And then there would also be another tier that would be added for 500 to 2,500 barrels. So what this would alleviate is as a small brewery grows, that brewery would not have to be subjected to having to change their license back and forth between a nano and a beverage manufacturer. The continuity would be they would start as a beverage manufacturer. Therefore, none of the issue with the public building would be part of the issue because that is not in RSA 178.12 as a beverage manufacturer, as we've discussed already this morning. The other is that this bill will clean up any of the numerous licenses that are out there, and not to overcomplicate it, but when you have a nano, then you can apply for a restaurant license, you get a nano plus, and it gets overly complicated in that. So the efforts of this bill that's being put forth is to streamline the licensing, reduce the number of licenses, and actually clean up some of the clerical issues that you see here today.
Excellent idea.
Thank you for your help.
And it's modeled along what we've done in the past,
Yes.
which is with the other industries, we have a light license. And we did that with obviously distilled this past year. So that's great.
I will further that 2 years ago, we proposed SB 125, which took many of these issues that separated between the 2 license. So that was the first stage of the process. And this would finalize the rest of that, which was the original intent 2 to 3 years ago, was to already merge the nano into a beverage manufacturer.
Mr. Chairman. I have-
Great idea. We do have a question.
Yes.
Representative Herbert has a question.
Is it my understanding correct that the difficulty hinged upon the search and seizure laws? In other words,
no, that was just a sideline to the whole story.
well, he was asked if he could. He said no.
Correct.
Correct. So I if you do these other laws and whatnot, is that still going to be a problem?
I will comment, is in my conversations, the bill that we are pushing forward, we have spoken with the Liquor Commission and they're working with us on the language. And one of those items is that of consideration is that no extension of service area is issued to someone unless it is a permissible place of public entry. So therefore, a brewery would never be issued a license if there wasn't deemed a public building that was accessible to the public. Therefore, the Liquor Commission would only have the right to inspect the area that is the extension of service area, which would only be for the public buildings aspect.
So hopefully it will solve the
That's my
problem.
understanding of extension
So
of
the
service.
question is, he had a right to say, no, you can't come in.
Correct, because
Right.
his extension of service area is only permitted in the brewery itself.
Does
And
it,
and that's the only area that the
Well,
Liquor
for-
Commission, for enforcement
enough.
standpoint, could enter,
there-
if I'm correct.
the other, well, that, in my mind anyway, that brings front and center the issue of safety. If I understand the you're making a distinction if with the new LSR,
Mhm.
but that doesn't solve the problem of safety. In other words, is his facility safe? And we would only find out one day when the place burned down. So I mean, I still have a problem. I mean, I would have just said yes. Here's the padlock.
That's a would you believe?
Would you believe?
Yeah, would you believe that you
Yeah,
would
I
have a
would have
problem?
just
You
said,
still have a
"Here's-"
problem.
Yes.
Okay.
and
Yes.
So there you are.
You don't have to answer a would you believe. Great. Thank you very much, Representative Post.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to know if that bill, who the sponsor of that bill is that you referred
Is
to.
Senator Lang.
Okay, thank you.
Further, I will say there was another issue that the Nano Chris brought up earlier, is that the bill would also include language to incorporate all of the things that a nano can currently do that a beverage manufacturer cannot do. We've taken that into consideration and it will be added to the bill. So therefore, the sampling at a winery will
Sampling.
be added to the beverage manufacturer.
Hence why it's taking a little while to sort through all these different
Correct.
issues. As I've always said, our laws are very Byzantine when it comes to sorting it out. So that's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we'll look for. I will contact Senator Lang and
Thank you.
get a copy of what he's got, what he's working on. All right. Having no more cards, we will close that public hearing and move right into House Bill 173 relative to toilet facilities provided by restaurants. And then on 167, Nick Hubbard signed in support of the bill. And also Kathy Purnell, Katie Purnell is, yeah, she also is in support. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so 173. Who's here for 173? Oh, great, awesome. Did you fill out a card?
No, because I didn't know the prime sponsor had to. I can do that.
You can do it after.
Yes. Right. You've been around before, right?
Years ago.
Oh, years ago. We had pink cards back then.
We did.
So, okay. Introduce yourself, please. And
Thank you. Dan Hines representing Bedford. Thank you, Chairman Hunt. So this is a simple bill. I put it in before. It got passed through the House on consent, so hopefully we get the same result this time. But it's a simple bill. So presently, under the law, a restaurant having 25 or more people need both a male and a female bathroom. Not sure what the original intent behind that was, but my intent in repealing that is people or restaurants would still have to have adequate bathrooms for everyone. However, this would allow them to have either unisex bathrooms or family bathrooms. So it's not requiring it on businesses. If businesses like their one male and one female bathroom, have it. But I think it's better to give more opportunity of choices for restaurants. I think some restaurants might want a family bathroom or, like I said, a unisex bathroom. So this isn't requiring, or this isn't removing requirements to actually have bathrooms. It's just giving businesses more options of who they're going to allow in their bathrooms.
And since this committee did pass requirement that either bathrooms or whatever bathrooms, they still have to have a changing table. Okay, any questions from Representative Hines? Yeah, Representative Calabraro.
Calabro.
Calabro.
That's
I was
okay.
gonna-
So my question is, the way this is worded, it says 25 or more. The current building code does permit in an amendment to this particular building code that permits what used to be 15 now to go up to 25. If we're to look at the building code, it is very specific to the use of it, which you have as an assembly use and restaurant. But what it then gets into is how many occupants would be in the place, and that includes employees. So in New England, you have old buildings. My question is, if we're to create just one bathroom, which is what you're saying, unisex or multi, whomever gets to use it, you have no limit. Okay, so my question then becomes, the way it's stated, it's basically 75 and under, you must have one restroom for each gender. If you are to expand that, and you only have one restroom for question mark, there's no limit in this bill. You're going to enter into hygiene issues and risk issues. What limit would you propose?
So I guess it wasn't the number that was the issue to me. It was my particular issue was you have to have one male and one female bathroom. I think so that would be two. I think if from your perspective of number of people would be the same amount if I had two unisex bathrooms.
Follow-up question, please.
Question you may inquire.
The code actually states that one of those two may be universal, basically. Then you can state that either of those two restrooms can be a universal restroom, and they're currently doing that in a lot of places. It's a choice. So they've already made provisions for that.
So the extent that this conflicts with code, I don't know which one would overrule. So I guess I would leave that to someone more knowledgeable, but I believe this to be an issue. I don't know what happens when there's a conflict.
We'll certainly figure that one out in subcommittee. Any other questions from committee members? That's it? Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I'll fill out the pink card.
Thank you. So Philip Sherman? Or he's a building code inspector, so he can tell us the answer to that question. Bingo. Thank you very much. In support of the bill. And you want to turn that mic on. So red is good.
Red is good.
Red is good. And then you want to talk closely to it.
Let me go through my presentation, and I may or may not answer your question. We can come back to it, though. So I speak today as chair of the State Building Code Review Board. For those of you who may not know, our charge is to develop and maintain the state building code for ratification by the legislature. I'll note that due to my late awareness of this hearing, I have not had a chance to discuss my views with any of the DHHS representatives, but I fully hope to have time to do that. I'll start by asking us to recall that RSA 155A210 prohibits state agencies from varying, modifying, or waiving the requirements of the state building code. While some members of other legislative committees are aware that the BCRB and the myriad state agencies have a lot of work to do on this, we have been trying with some success to deal with specific provisions as they come up. That's why I'm here today. My specific comments on RSA 15540 and the proposed changes are as follows. First, the state building code requires places where food is served to be provided with restrooms for new construction when some alterations occur and if the food service occupancy is created by changing from another occupancy. The code requires that customers and employees have access to these restrooms and sets specific distance limitations.
The first sentence of this section as it's currently written basically requires restrooms and adds the requirement that restrooms be convenient, which is a subjective term. The portion of the RSA proposed to be deleted eliminates the requirement that restrooms be provided for each sex in small facilities, but also eliminates the requirement that separate sex facilities be provided anywhere where alcohol is served. The building code has evolved on this issue as society's opinions have changed over time, and to some extent the 2018 model code currently in effect, and to a more complete extent the 2021 model code now under review by the BCRB eliminates most requirements for separate sex facilities. It permits them, but it won't require them. I would note that the current New Hampshire Code has an amendment, as mentioned previously, coordinating the requirement for separate sex facilities with the 25-person limit in the section proposed to be deleted. That was put in to be to coordinate with this very section. Also, current House Bill 104 grapples with this issue in schools, where they're proposing to prohibit the use of all, essentially what are referred to as all gender facilities. So we'll see where that goes. The last section of the current RSA 15540 provides limited approval for the DHHS commissioner to weigh the requirements of this section. If the bill is passed as proposed, the section remaining basically consists of the requirement to provide restrooms. This clearly conflicts with the state building code, which may require restrooms in certain circumstances. I'll conclude by noting that RSA 15540, which was originally implemented in 1935, long before the implementation of modern codes and standards, and it's been modified over time occasionally. The provisions in this section are well covered by the FDA Food Code, which is adopted by DHHS, and the State Building Code, and the authority to provide waivers, variances, modification of the requirements, or the use of alternative methods to the respective regulations have approval channels through other DHHS and building code enforcement provisions that are currently in effect. Therefore, I not only speak in favor of deleting the proposed portion of the RSA, but recommend that you consider deletion of the entire 15540 section. Somebody agrees with me. Again, I would hope that we'd be given time to discuss this with DHHS, as time for review and reflection may identify something that I'm missing. Thank you for permitting me to speak with you today.
That's great.
I have copies for the members.
Okay. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a very quick question. And maybe this goes to the previous speaker. When you talk about a unisex or family facility in a restaurant, you're talking about a one-person use facility. Is that correct? It's not a multiple people with multiple stalls. It's just one person.
Right. The term that the code is starting to coalesce around is single user. Unisex has always been a strange little term, but it's floated around. So single user, multiple user. As you may know, there's a European style of restroom, which is all gender, harder stalls, lavatories in the middle. I've been in them. They're very used to them over there. The folks on HB 104 don't care for that, the proponents, so we'll see where that all goes. But the code as it's written would permit that unless it's amended, which we do if we need to.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you could provide the testimony to the
Yeah,
clerk,
sorry.
that would be great.
Clerk loves written testimony. Okay, so one of the advantages of being around so long, I know I can see who's in the room. So Colleen Smith from the Department of Health and Human Services, who has visited us in past years, from food trucks to.
Good morning. Thank you. And I plan to attend just in case there were questions that came up for our department. So we are not taking a position on this bill. I would be amenable to striking this part of the statute, as Mr. Sherman had stated. We generally do defer to building code when it comes to restroom requirements. As it was mentioned before, I believe this is a very older statute in existence before building codes existed. So we do have the food code, which does reference state law, which would defer to building code. So we have no issue with striking this part of the statute as well. Happy to take any
Music to
questions.
our ears. Okay. Thank you very much. Mike, you all set? Okay. There's no one else would like to testify on House Bill 173? Seeing none, we will end the public hearing, and the blue sheet is set. Nick Huber again is in support of the bill. Okay. It's amazing how that works. The timing. Right. Okay, so we'll break until 1:15. Okay. Well, you never know how long the hearing at 86 is going to go.
Yeah. So is it the next one? I'm getting a lot of email on 73 too. Mm-hmm.
Members, I have scheduled for next Wednesday, and because Science and Technology is going to be here Tuesday, Thursday, but the following week I hope to have both Wednesday and Thursday. If you go online, we're now up to 37 bills, and it is official that we did get one of the marijuana bills.
All right.
So is that the week of the 25th you're speaking of?
A week.
January 18th?
What's a week from today?
18th is
Oh, then the week
19th?
after. Right.
So it's the 25th and the
Right.
26th.
Exactly. So
right,
I
next week on the 18th. Okay, all right. No, I'm just.
So, and I don't like, I don't want, Mondays are a problem because I'm on the county delegation, so I can't do Mondays anyways. And scheduling things on Friday is just an anathema to me. So be prepared that I might actually, if I feel need to squeeze things in, that we would start at 9 rather than 10.
Sounds good.
And said my motivations is really just to keep us on Wednesday, Thursday schedule as much as possible. And then once we've had enough bills, we'll then start scheduling subcommittees. So and urge everyone to keep looking at the list and in terms of telling me what subcommittee you want to be on. So next week will be 10 o'clock. I do 10 because it's an hour difference for me to sleeping in the morning, and that means I have to get up at 6:30 rather than 7:30. My body thinks 7 is the right time. Not 6:30. So, at any rate.
And then the 25th and 26th. You guys going to Tandy's? What do you want?
Huh?
You guys going to Tandy's? Or you
Yeah,
going somewhere
yeah.
else? All right. 9 a.m.
We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 39, and I'm looking for the sponsor or sponsor representative. Anybody here a friend of the sponsor? Okay. See, I told you we'll fill in the time. Okay, we're in recess till 1:30. Okay, now we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 39 and hear from Representative Vale. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, and good afternoon to the Commerce Committee. I am pleased to be before you this afternoon, and I appreciate the expedient hearing that you put in on this bill. For the record, I'm Suzanne Vale of Nashua, Ward 3, and I'm here before you to hopefully persuade you to consider the bill that has been come before you a couple times. So here's the question. Would it be better for New Hampshire consumers if paper billing fees were banned? Banning paper billing fees would likely be beneficial for many people, particularly those who have not had technology in their homes and who are not used to and not comfortable with using electronic transactions. For example, some older adults may prefer paper billing and may find it more difficult to understand and manage their bills online. Low-income individuals may also like to rely on paper billing because they may not have access to a computer or the internet, and they may not be able to afford the additional fees associated with electronic billing. Additionally, people that are worried about the security of personal information or have concerns about online transaction would also appreciate being able to receive and pay their bills through traditional mail. Banning paper billing fees could also help to promote financial inclusion by ensuring that basic financial services are acceptable and accessible to everyone, regardless of their income or level of technological literacy. So, as I'm late, and I'm so sorry to be late, I appreciate the time that you waited for me. But I just wanted to impress upon the committee, I know that you have new people, and I also know that you have seen this bill before, and it has really becoming difficult with companies that are private charging processing fees for payment of utilities, for example. Now, I went to pay my heating bill a couple of weeks ago, and I gave it my bank information. It went to some third party. I don't know who they are. And at the end of it, it said to me that they use a third party service to pay the bill, and I might incur a transaction fee. I sat there with my mouth saying, do I click or no? So when you look at how these things are really excluding people, you know, we have AI chatbots out there that will do half of our work. And some people have nothing but a pen and paper, and they shouldn't have to go in every situation. I'm hoping, you know, to set a tone even for the season, that people think about how technology is really holding people back and how unfair it is to have people, companies that charge you for the lack of technology or the lack of knowledge, but also just they're leaving you behind because you incurred financial issues, and you might have just enough money to pay that electric bill, but then they're charging you to pay it, and you just back off. We want people to be able to move forward and to really look at these carefully. So although I can, I don't want to take up a lot of your time, I can submit my testimony through the, to you digitally. But I just wanted us to really look at the situation here, because I think that it's not fair or reasonable to expect people to pay additional fees just to pay their bills. And basic financial services, again, like bill payment, should be accessible to everyone, and it shouldn't be such a disparity now as technology races away from all of us. I personally, I'm going to leave on this note and just, finish up on this note, and that note is that I just find it really overpowering to go and do a afternoon's worth of errands. If I stop into 6 places, I have to use 6 different machines with 6 different people telling me 6 different ways to use the one machine they have there. I go into CVS, they want my phone number, they want this, they want that. I have a 90-year-old neighbor who doesn't go to CVS anymore. She doesn't want to tell them everything. She doesn't want these she doesn't want the trail. She doesn't want anything that goes with the news that we see all the time, that people have been hacked. I've been hacked like 5 times. I don't even know if I'm getting hacked. We're all getting hacked right now. So there's no doubt in my mind with technology today. And I'm sorry if I'm speaking over anyone's head. I kind of consider myself a closet geek, and I do know a lot about technology.
Great. Can you give me an example? Because I'm one of these people, I love receipts. In other words, so my credit card companies and everybody, they always say, don't you want to do something for the environment and get, and I go, no, I like getting my statements. And I don't know, I don't have anybody that invoices me. So can you tell me who actually, like in New Hampshire business that actually, what utility? Because, I get one day a week, every month, I get 6 different electric bills, all in the envelopes. And there's a lot of paper I have to run through, but I've never seen them charge me for it. Yeah.
Getting used to the microphones again. I'm not sure. So for me, it's T-Mobile right now. They switched over from Sprint. Sprint used to charge you for a paper bill. Now they'll charge you for a paper bill. If you want to have the whole history of phone calls that you've made, that has to come in a paper bill. It's very difficult to get that kind of history and that kind of information from the web. So people do ask for the additional information, and they do ask for that bill to be laid out the way they would see it on paper. And older people are they're converting what we do today from what we used to do, which is paper. So for this to work for people, it has to be better than paper. Part of my argument and part of my hope that you will look at this again is basically that, yes, we do have environmental concerns. I don't like paper. If I can help it, I don't use paper. And the reason for that is that it is not searchable. I get 300 million things that come into my office, and I can't find anything if it's not also digital. And if it's not searchable, it's not very useful to me any longer. There are just way too many details I'm responsible for in the course of my job that rely on more and more vendors getting between me and the job I'm trying to do. I could go on about this forever, but I don't want to overserve my...
Well, the reason I ask is because I have Verizon and US Cellular. My wife, we have several, because I don't like being on one. And neither one of them charges. They send me, I get a printed statement, and they don't charge me for it. So the question I would have is if there is one that does, T-Mobile, maybe that's why they're cheaper than everybody else, is because they're like Southwest, they charge for extra fee. You want those extra things, we're going to charge you for it. So that theoretically, all you would have to do is change the vendor. Go to Verizon or AT&T and or wherever, and they might not charge a fee. Would you believe? Would you believe? This is right.
Do I get one too? I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, would you
Chair.
believe means you don't have to answer the question.
Ah.
In other words, I'm posing a theoretically. You can respond, or would you believe? You can say yes or no, or have an opinion.
Well, it's actually a very good one. Why wouldn't the person want to just change vendors and use a different service, et cetera? But if you don't have the technology to do that, then you cannot. And then the other thing is, so I'm just going to give another quick thing. A friend of mine is trying to buy an oven. It has this, it has that, it has this, it has that, it has Wi-Fi. I'm like, oh, that's great. She wants to know. I'm not up on ovens and what's on them, but I thought it was very interesting. And then a couple days later, I was thinking about it, and I was like, why didn't I say, does it work without Wi-Fi? Why didn't I say that to her? I hope she didn't buy it by now. So, we're really looking at it. We're at this point, we're at a huge disadvantage as consumers. So I hope, again, like I said, that this bill came through, I think, this committee on 13/6 in 2021. It was filed by Sophia Wazir twice, I believe, before this hearing. And I do think that with a vote like that, that I can hopefully get some people interested in working on it, or at least just looking at what we're doing now, because we have a lot of problems with our utilities. And I mean, I was horrified. I was like, what if, why would anyone want to stop me from paying this bill? This is what makes the world go round. So thank you so much. If there are other questions.
We do. Representative Sullivan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I have one question. I guess I do use Verizon, and they give me, I think it's $5 discount to be on auto pay and not get bills. So how would this bill deal with that situation? So if, let's say the base price is going to be $100 and they want to charge $101 or whatever, $105 to send a paper bill, couldn't we just do it in reverse where the price is $105 and you get the $5 discount if you choose to? I mean, would this bill tackle that? It's not a tacked on. It just seems like that to me is the obvious loophole when I read through this, is like, oh, they don't want us to charge for it, then we're just going to build it into the price and then offer a discount if you choose to do electronic billing or whatever. So I don't know if you've thought about that, or if you have an opinion of how this bill should address that, or if it should.
That is a great question, and I'm too close. I'm still learning this, and what I just found out. So my answer to that is, this is what we need to look at, because I didn't even think about that being a reverse technique. We get $5 off on everything for paying it electronically on time. So as far as I think this goes, that might go into a little different area than this would be, because that's about if you use auto debit or not, but people shouldn't be punished for not being able to use an automatic debit. I never looked at that as punishing anybody. I just looked at that as like, okay, if we pay every month and we promise to be faithful, then we'll get $5 off. So this is just where I'm going. We just have so much going on here, and you have a huge agenda. So and with 800 bills, I'm hoping that this one gets some time in front of the legislature, and there's a big floor fight on it. We figure out what's right and what's wrong. No. Thank you so much, Representative, for the question.
Yes, Representative Spear.
Suzanne was my running mate.
Okay.
The only question I really have is on the individual aggrieved by a violation of this chapter shall bring a private civil action. What was your thoughts on that? What were you trying to get out of that? I mean, what did you think a person was aiming to get? As opposed to, maybe just if they, well, I'll let you answer that.
It's her fault.
Oh.
You get $2 times 12 months before they caught up with you on the bill. You could sue them for $24.
How much is that going to cost you?
$60 to go file at district court.
Chairman Hunt, I just want to make sure that Representative Spear was able to complete her question before my disruption.
Yeah, I completed it. It was just, I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on what that meant. What was the purpose of it?
Now, I know when Sophia wrote the original bill, what this is a refile, that what we were looking at was just to try to get people to stop doing it and to reverse it. So this really is not based on any knowledge of criminal offense or like a civil suit that would bring relief to someone.
Okay, Representative Phelan.
Under the private class of action, is the intent to simply allow for actual damages, or is the intent there to also allow for the recoup of the civil penalties under Section 1 above the $500 offense or the $5,000 second offense and so on?
Would you please repeat that question?
So when if an individual were to bring a private class of action under section 4.2, would that simply be for the actual damages, for example, the $1 fee, or would they also be recouping, for example, the $500 fee for the first offense, $5,000 for the second offense under section 4.1?
So I think I can answer this question. Under the Consumer Protection Act, we have the right, private right of action, and it's triple damages. So I think they were just trying to lift that concept, and because this statute is, is different, and then using that penalty, then having the fines plus the penalty seems like a little overdoing it, but that's where the right of private action is under our Consumer Protection Act. And it's
Thank you.
triple
I was trying to capture if this was trying to be a PAGA or if they were simply trying to get the actual damages there.
Right. Oh,
Thank you.
yeah, right, which is where our Consumer Protection Act
Right.
is supposed to be,
Right.
which is to make you whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Purcelli.
I see here it says nothing in this section shall apply to a government agency. So I don't know. Do government agencies charge for paper billing? And why wouldn't the same arguments apply to government agencies? Section 2. Under paper billing. fees.
Line 9.
Thank you. I'm not working with line items. That's part of my
Oh,
problem. I'm
okay,
so
yeah.
sorry.
That's why she's
I
saying
use my long
Roman
link.
numeral 2.
Yes.
A government agency charging you a fee to do business with them wouldn't be under the same laws as I would think a private business. So it would, at times when the legislation is written, it is added in there where it may or may not be necessary, but it is to guide you away from thinking that this law is going to change governmental law. And I can just only give an example where I had a bill that went in front of the committee to double the time for a statute of limitations if you had an injury by PFAS in toxins in your water. And that bill was about the statute of limitations. So at that time, we looked at it. We wanted to make sure that everything that we wrote for a town to be able to take civil action against a private company wouldn't prohibit a town to take civil action against a state. And nobody wanted to make that kind of mistake. So thank you for the question. I think it's a really good one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and attention.
So, okay, we got Mary Stewart, Department of Justice. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Stewart from the Department of Justice, Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. And I am here today neither in support or against this bill to point out some concerns we have regarding enforcement, which some of you are also alluding to. So to direct your attention to section U2, Roman numeral 1, if a person violates this chapter, they will have to reverse all billing fees and they'll be subject to a civil penalty of $500, $5,000, and $10,000 for the first, second, and third offense, respectively. And it says the Department of Justice shall be responsible for enforcement of the statute. So although the statute empowers the Department of Justice to enforce, it does not grant the Department of Justice any powers to enforce it. And the fact that the statute does not state that a violation is an unfair and deceptive act under 358A, which is our Consumer Protection Act, means that all our normal investigatory and enforcement tools available, subpoena powers, assurances, injunctive relief would not be available to enforce this bill. Which raises the question of what can the Department of Justice do to ensure people comply with this? And to that point, the statute is silent. In addition, the way that it's written, with specific enumerated powers for private citizens to enforce, a grieved individual can get injunctive relief, actual damages, attorney fees, and costs, but there are no enumerated remedies for the Department of Justice, leaves room for an argument that the legislature does not intend to provide those remedies to the Department of Justice. And for these reasons, it's our belief that this bill in its current form may be problematic to enforce. So it's our recommendation either that the legislature states that a violation of the statute is an unfair and deceptive act or practice within the meaning of 358A, or within the statute itself, simply specifically define tools available and remedies for the Department of Justice to enforce it. Thank you. Any questions?
Or we should just move it from 359U, just put it under 358A as as an unfair trade practice.
Yeah, a lot of statutes just have a phrase that says any violation of this statute is an unfair and deceptive act and practice. So just puts all those powers and remedies that are under 358A. Yes.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Henry Vayu, representing CTIA. Let me see if I can guess. Certified tax? No,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of CTIA, which is the Association of Wireless Communication Industry. Back, I don't know, 10 years ago, it was the Cellular Technology Industry Association, and then they kind of merged with the internet folks, and now it's CTIA, the Wireless Communication Industry. So anyways, I handed everybody some written testimony on this bill. And as the sponsor indicated, this bill has been before this committee several times. And in each instance, in the wisdom of this committee, they've not centered forward. And we hope the committee does the same with this bill. Our industry has various different practices with regards to paper billing. There's not one size fit all, so it does vary. But we do oppose this bill for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that if you want to avoid paying a fee, there are options out there. If you have a cellular phone, you can pay on your cellular phone. If you don't know how to do it on your phone, you can call the carrier and find out how to do it, and they'll walk you through how to pay it if you want to avoid a fee, if they do charge a fee. And as I said, it varies across all the different providers. There's not one size fit all. And then the other reason for our opposition is the unique private right of action that is in this bill, which you typically don't see in these kinds of bills, which would bring these kinds of things into the courts, which are already clogged. So for those reasons, we oppose House Bill 39.
Okay, any questions for Henry? See none? Thank you very much. I got one more card left. Aubrey Freeman is opposed to the bill. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I speak in opposition to this bill. Already some things have already been brought up, but I'll just mention them anyway. Most businesses are moving to the online thing. It's the fact of the matter is cheaper. It saves them money and they can make their cost to consumers less. So everybody benefits. Most consumers are actually happy with this, and it's just, older ones like me that might be prefer the old way. It's basically a user's fee, and actually if they pay the same rate as everybody else, and yet they are causing more costs with paper billing and you have to have an office there, then actually the other people are paying that. It's being shared around. So that's unfair to the people who do the online stuff, which is cheaper. As was already mentioned, you can always go to other companies if your company is they're doing something that you're unreasonable. There's different cellular companies. There's even like I have, Breeze Line, and there's DirecTV, and there's other options. So if you're not happy with what they're charging, you can make a change. And that's the basic thing: is why is government getting involved in this? This is not, it's between you and the company that you deal with. There are other options. I'm actually a perfect example on this one. I'm from the old school. Like you, I like to write out my checks every month. I want a paper bill and I put my stamp on it, and that's how I like to do it. However, let's see, the Verizon, that's not an option. You have to have it on your credit card, and that's that. So, it's the best deal for me right now, so I stick with it. Breeze Line, they actually, as was mentioned, that there's a $10 credit. As you say, they're going to charge you extra, but if for a paper billing, but if you do the online, then it's $10 less. So, I do that. I prefer to do it the old way, but I'm not going to pay $10 extra. And frankly, if it bothered me that much, I could go to a different company. So enforcement was talked about. So do we really want the courts and the Department of Justice involved with, this is such a minor thing where you could go to some other company or, it seems to me the courts and the Department of Justice should be working on things like murders, rapes, assaults, crimes of property crimes. That's what enforcement should be getting involved in. But silly things like this, like billing, come on, it's really silly. Also, what if you are a New Hampshire resident and you get goods or services from a company that's out of state? They don't have a presence here. So if this law passed, they'd have to have an office or somewhere where you could take in your payment. Well, New Hampshire's small, so 1.3 million, they might figure the heck with it. It's not worth for us to do business in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire residents who happen to like that good or service, they will now be deprived of that. It just wasn't cost effective for the company to do that out of state. So this will actually hurt the consumers. And then lastly, somebody mentioned about the government thing. This is like a double standard. If the rule makes sense, you would have the same rule for everybody, including government agencies too. And actually they do, if you try to do pay your property taxes or something, they do normally charge you a fee, which kind of makes sense. You're costing them extra. And this is the same idea with paper billing or having a physical office. If you're costing them extra, they're going to make you pay for it. It's not unreasonable. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Burrows.
I'll say, would you believe? I think about people like my mother-in-law, who's 95 years old and bedridden, and she ain't gonna learn new technology. And for a lot of people like her, $3 may not be a lot to you or me, but it would be a lot to her. And particularly, you aggregate that with other companies that do that. So I worry about those people, and which is why I really liked Representative Sullivan's idea of giving people a discount who do the online thing, and that way nobody's penalized. And just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, credits are fine. As I say, that's it's just another way of doing it. I mean, they're going to bump up your price, and then it's like a sales, half off, whatever, but they increase the price. So I understand, but the old people, I'm not that spring chicken myself, and as I say, I prefer the old way. But also, you could have a family member help. I know some people, they won't do computers or whatever. That's why you have kids and grandkids could help you with that stuff too. There's always a solution. I don't think government needs to be involved in making a law on this. I really think that your neighbor can help you if it's that bad. That's my feeling.
Oh, yes, Representative Post.
I just wanted to get your name. I don't think
Oh,
I heard
Aubrey
that.
Friedman, Bridgewater, private citizen and taxpayer, and from the old school, who likes to do it the old ways, but I'm not going to pay even $1 extra, but not 10 like for Breeze Line. So I just think this is silly to have a law on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 39? Seeing none, I will close the public. Actually, we have the blue sheet. The blue sheet. I get it. So, do we not have the people sign in online anymore that we had like last year?
Oh, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I was locking you out. Because it's supposed to be open to anybody. Okay. So we have Rick Fabrizio from Concord. Oh, BIA. BIA's hi, Rick. Okay, who's opposed to the bill, and Jamie Burdette, who just signed in and didn't say whether for or against it, and then Ryan Hale from the New Hampshire Bankers, who's opposed to it. And with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 39. And the next hearing's at 2:15, so. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 73 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Gallagher. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
So, hi, I'm Eric Gallagher. I represent Concord Ward 6, which is Merrimack County District 20. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 73 relative to the repair of home appliances, which is a right to repair bill. So this bill, it was here last term. It was House Bill 449 in the previous term. Dave Luneau was the prime sponsor then, but he has decided that he wants to focus more on education this term, so I'm picking it up for him. So basically what Right to Repair is all about is about when big manufacturers sell you a product, they can't impose restrictions on you that prevent you from getting it repaired where you want to. So, which is something that you actually see happen sometimes. So this is something that has been kind of gaining momentum recently. You'll see that the U.S. Farm Bureau recently came to an agreement with John Deere to allow farmers to repair their tractors. And in New York, they recently signed a right to repair bill to law, and then you also had it on a ballot measure in Massachusetts recently too. So this is a little bit different from some of those other right to repair attempts though. Other ones are, well, yeah, with the tractors one, like farm equipment, and then also a lot of tech stuff. So like computers and phones and whatever. But this, with this bill, when it's focused on other things like that, like the farm equipment or the high-tech stuff, is tended to garner a bit more resistance that way. So we have decided to try to scale it back a little bit, you know, in the name of compromise, and just keep this to home appliances instead. So yeah, that's why in the title it says just home appliances. So yeah, so this is something that will help small businesses that are repair providers. Like if you looked and saw with the Massachusetts ballot initiative, a lot of the advertisements that were in favor of the measure were from small repair shops that want to have fair treatment when it comes to being able to repair things, rather than having the bigger corporations exercise their monopoly power to be anti-competitive. So it's good for small businesses. It's also good for inflation too, since if you repair something, then you don't have to spend money on buying a new one, and then that can help bring prices down, which is something that people are needing. I generally try to make my things last as long as they can. There's that saying, use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. I think that's kind of the spirit behind this here. So yeah, it's a way of letting people do with their appliances as they want to, and so they can keep money in their own pockets and don't get. If you think about what manufacturers do with planned obsolescence, when they make things to break on purpose, so that way people have to buy a new one every so often. That's basically tax being collected by corporations from consumers. So this is a consumer protection bill, and it's something that, as someone who tends to break things, I would very much appreciate. I have a book here called The Right to Repair. If any of you would like to borrow it to learn more on the subject, I can lend it out. This is something it's supported by a wide range of groups, such as iFixit, the U.S. Public Interest Group, the Center for Democratic Technology. It's a good pro-consumer bill, and I hope as the committee with consumer affairs in your name that you will give it a fair consideration. So that's what I have to say about the bill so far, and I'll take any questions now.
Questions from committee members? Okay, Representative Spear.
I'm not going to try to get into any details. We'll have to talk about that later. But what I wanted to know is, what were your thoughts on how this was going to be enforced, since so many of the manufacturers are out of state? How did you see New Hampshire even enforcing something like this?
Well, so if you look at on page 3, on line 31, so 358 T4 remedies. So it has enforcement by the Attorney General. So it basically, this would depend on having an Attorney General in office who is going to bring suit against the companies, which is something you do see sometimes. The state attorney generals will sue out-of-state companies at times. So that is the sort of enforcement mechanism that it has in place.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking the question. So I'm confused. I'm looking at there's nothing on the fiscal note about costs associated with this, and clearly if the Attorney General is responsible for enforcing this, it's going to be time related to his staff, et cetera, to do this. So I was wondering if you could what is your thoughts about what the financial costs could be to implement this?
Well, I mean, yeah, it says it's indeterminate. It depends on whether the Attorney General actually sues anyone over it or not. If all of the, you're seeing some companies that are actually starting to get into the business of providing more repair materials to people anyways, like just for compliance with other places that have right to repair in place. So if they're already in compliance by the time this comes into effect, then nobody will need to be sued and there won't be any cost to it.
Representative McAvoy.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Gallagher, I read paragraph 1, and then I read paragraph 7. And paragraph 1 indicates to me that these authorized repair provider has had some training or gone through some training from the manufacturer. And again, if you look at, has this happened with John Deere? And I know there's been over the years a lot of talk about automobile repairs. I mean, in order to get this information, does the manufacturer have to have require some sort of training for these folks, or can I just put up a sign and say, you know, I repair dishwashers and whatever with really no training?
Well, yeah, it mentions having an arrangement with them. Like, yeah, if you oftentimes companies will provide these sorts of trainings. Like I remember looking into trying to get my Apple repair certification a few years ago, but didn't actually go into it. But yeah, if you go into repair shops, you can usually look up on their walls and they'll have like their certificates up on the walls of whatever training they've done. So that is generally how.
So, excuse me, just to follow up.
Further question being clarified.
So you are saying though that this authorized independent repair person has had some training under this law and has been essentially licensed or approved by the manufacturer to use their product information, et cetera, et cetera. Is that because it looks almost like 1 and 5, 1 and 7 contradict each other.
Yeah, 7 is a definition of an independent provider. It's not. It's just a definition of what they are.
I mean, yeah,
Excuse me, what I should have maybe said is that 7 is inclusive of some training from 1.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, you know, if I were looking at this on the computer, like you could get it to generate a difference between the two, but just as a lowly human here, and I'm not a lawyer, so yeah, I would leave that up to the lawyers to interpret.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things occurred to me reading the bill and some of the supplementary materials that were submitted to us yesterday. It seems that there are some genuine valid concerns regarding safety and cybersecurity regarding repairs done by repair people who are not affiliated or have not contracted with or been trained by the manufacturers. At the same time, it also occurs to me that it would be possible to set up a statutory scheme that would encourage or push appliance manufacturers in the direction of designing appliances that could be safely repaired by repair people who were not controlled by the original manufacturers. I understand there's a large incentive, in addition to the safety and security concerns, there's a large incentive for the appliance manufacturers to want to control the repair people. And that it would be possible, as I said, to have a statutory scheme that would encourage the manufacturers to design their appliances so that they could be safely repaired by repair people who have not contracted the original manufacturer. But I want to ask you, would you agree that to be effective, this statutory scheme would have to be nationwide, and that trying to do it just in New Hampshire would be extremely difficult?
Well, yes, my preferred solution would be to have a national right to repair law, which is something that the Biden administration has been pushing for through executive branch rulemaking. But the thing about executive branch rulemaking is that it's brittle, and as soon as the next president comes into power, they could immediately undo those. So I think having state level protections as well would be a good sort of bulwark or redundancy for backup for in case the federal government changes things. And you have also seen other states implementing these. So I don't think it's beyond our power as a state to do this sort of thing when we've seen other states doing it.
Follow-up comment?
Further question, may inquire.
Could it be that it's not just a question of the right to repair, but rather a system that would encourage manufacturers to design appliances and equipment that could be safely repaired? Because I think it is true that right now there are a lot of appliances that it would be a problem. It might be unsafe if they were repaired by repair people who had not been trained by the original manufacturer, but that it would be possible if the manufacturers knew that this was going to be happening on a broad scale, that they would be encouraged to design appliances that could be safely repaired by independent repair people.
I mean, yes, that's so. All right, if to kind of paraphrase or see if I've got what you're saying. So you're basically saying more of a carrot than a stick type scheme of encouraging of that is something that I have had other interested parties contact me about for this bill. And yes, I would be open to an amendment that is.
Sorry. One further follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure he was done yet. But
Okay,
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't, but whatever.
Not so much carrot versus stick, rather than design changes, which they could be encouraged by a carrot or a stick. My point was that it might take some genuine design changes in order for this to occur safely.
Yes, I would support. I think that this legislation would encourage those design changes, and which is something you have actually seen some companies do, is start making design changes in response to people asking for repairability. Yes, if you have an idea for an amendment on how to do it more that way, I would be open to it. But I do not have any such amendment myself prepared currently.
Okay. Representative Thaxton.
What population is looking for this action? Do you think there's 1,000 people in New Hampshire or 10,000 people in New Hampshire that feel that they don't have adequate information to fix their own dishwasher? I'm just curious. Where are you getting where's the hue and cry for this demand for this legislation coming from?
The internet. I haven't seen much. I haven't seen much polling about it. If there are any polling providers out there, such as St. Anselm's or the UNH survey, that are watching this, that would like to conduct a poll on this, I would welcome that. But as for my own personal experience, it's just, yeah, it's mostly from the tech geek community of, yeah, people who like to be in control of their own devices and tinker with things.
Further question, may inquire.
So to be clear, there actually isn't any substantial demand from consumers to do this. This is a population of zero.
I think the tech geek community is a lot bigger than zero.
Okay.
Okay. Representative Field.
To your knowledge, to date, how many jurisdictions have enacted or are considering right to repair laws in the United States or the EU?
Yeah, I don't have a specific number for that available on hand, but yes, just the ones I've mentioned so far, and then you also mentioned the EU. The EU is also another one that is considering this as well. I heard of some Western states that are considering it as well, with the farm machinery and John Deere. I can't quite remember which one specifically off the top of my head, but I know it was some of the Western states.
Yeah, so Massachusetts did have a referendum, and it was just auto. And then the most famous case is the John Deere case, and in which you're dealing with a $250,000, hay baler machine, and the issue was that you had to have a John Deere repair person only was allowed to muck around in it, and the farmers were feeling like, we pay you all this money to buy this thing, can we just go in and fix that and just sell us the part? Yes.
Would you be surprised to hear that it is 20 jurisdictions in the EU that are currently considering or have enacted this legislation?
Okay, 20, there you go.
That sounds correct to me. It is within the range that I would estimate, yes.
But there is a difference between how many are considering it and how many have actually passed it. Have been enacted, yeah. It would be interesting to see what actually has been enacted. I would love to see, did the EU or did anybody actually, other than Massachusetts and the John Deere settlement, do you know anybody's actually?
Mr. Chairman, the EU enacted in 2022, but I don't know the results of whether it's actually gone into enactment yet.
Right, because usually there's a lot of rulemaking around.
Well, in New York as well, Governor Hochul just signed that, like on New Year's Eve, I think it was. So that's another case study to look at, would be New York's.
Fair enough. Great. Any more questions? Oh, Representative. Representative Ammon's going to be first because he hasn't asked a question, and you can be next.
Thank you for your testimony. There's a YouTube personality, I think it's Louis Rossman. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but he's big on the right to repair. So I'm somewhat sympathetic to this idea that it's harder and harder to fix things that you pay for and own. and you don't really own them. But what I do have, would you believe what I do have an issue with is the mandate. And my question is, since we're such a small market, and if we're seen as being too heavy-handed on companies, do you think that might discourage them from doing business in our state because of the size of our market being so small? And that's my question.
I mean, as far as whether this is heavy-handed or not, I think this is rather milder compared to some of the other places that are also considering right to repair. If generally the companies that would be affected by this have the money to be able to comply with it. So yeah, I would not be too worried about them pulling out of New Hampshire. You know, the being small works kind of both ways on it. Like, you know, it also means that it would only be a small portion of their total. It would be something they could handle, in other words.
Okay, now Representative Spear.
Thank you. I was just going to answer your comment only to let you know that I saw indications that the EU has passed the legislation and it will go in effect this year, and that the UK has passed it and that Ireland has passed it. So, but their reasoning is a lot to do not just with repair, but because of the fact that electronics is something like 200 million tons in the waste every they quoted a year of 2017. God knows it's probably worse than that now, and they're trying to use this kind of a bill in their light to kind of reduce the amount of waste that's in the environment, beside the fact that people really do want to repair their stuff. And we know from the car industry that they do. People do it all the time. So I just wanted to just clarify that part.
So, and yeah, to follow up on that, if I may, yeah, about the waste issue, I think that's another good point to mention, because that was something that we saw a lot of controversy about in the House last term with the Safe Forest Lake bill was one that there was a lot of activism around, and it was a pretty electrifying moment here in the House when we all stood together to pass the Safe Forest Lake landfill siting bill. So I think that shows that you know, there's demand for less waste, and that this is one thing we could tell constituents who are interested in reducing our waste output that we are doing to reduce our waste output.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see. Thank you.
Okay. So that's a step down.
You're all set.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Audrey Freeman again.
I'm back. I oppose this one too. Not as many reasons. I just have three thoughts on this. But after listening to some of the questions and answers, I actually have one or two more things to add. Basically, this kind of a mandate will increase the cost of these home appliances, and that, to me, is a problem. Everything is getting more expensive these days, and obviously these are not great economic times, and why make products more expensive? This will make it more expensive. Now, it is true, some people would want to fix their items, and if they can, safely without getting killed or breaking the items worse that they might. I'm actually thinking this environmental angle, and I've heard it mentioned before, is your products last longer, so there's less thing, it makes sense. But if you actually try to repair it yourself and you ruin it, then you might actually backfire. So, the idea is good on that, but I think for me personally, well, I think there's a couple ways to go on this. First of all, some consumers might want to fix, the item themselves. They have some kind of ability. And then people like me, I'm not interested. I'm going to call the Maytag man, and that's that. And I want my cost to be less. I don't want a higher cost. And I don't think you can deny that if there's this mandate, the costs are going to go higher. So some people might want to actually pay for a higher price and then be able to fix it so they'd save money. Other people like me, I'm not taking a chance. I'd mess it up and it will really be a disaster. So let the market decide. I mean, there's many products out there. Washing machines, dishwasher, there's all kinds of, and there's, different programs available. So I just think making a mandate is not the answer. And it is true, items don't last like they used to. I have an old TV with the tubes and everything. I'm not getting rid of it because I know those new fancy ones are, they don't last that long. So let the consumer decide. I think there's enough variety out there. And it also was mentioned about this, again, enforcement. I want my enforcement officials working on real, as I say, murders and fraud, real fraud. This is not fraud, by the way. You buy a product and you hope it will last many, many years, but it may not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe you're going to get a warranty. Some people get the warranty program. I don't. I study it a lot, and then I keep my fingers crossed that I made the right decision. But again, Department of Justice and all this to me should be on real crimes where there's really been an attempt to defraud, and this is nothing about fraud. It's just you want your products. I think they have so many goodies on them now that I buy products that have less goodies on them because the more goodies, the more things they're going to break. So anyway, but that's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Oh, we do have a question, Representative Sullivan.
Yeah, just quick clarification. So you're saying it's going to increase the cost of our appliances or the cost of repair?
I think if a mandate goes through, it's going to be it will be an added cost to when you go to purchase it.
A follow-up question.
Further question, being Carter?
So what would be the sort of the channel through which you see the cost? Like what cost would increase on a refrigerator that now the material to fix it is made more available? Why
Well,
would that make
for
the
one
cost
thing,
more
if they have to supply tools, I believe tools are mentioned in here, make them available that they didn't have to before. That's something, tools. I mean, the paperwork isn't a big deal. And most actually appliances now, they don't even really give you the paperwork. You actually have to pull it up online if you want. But tools would actually be something significant. And there's some question if it's training or whatever too. So it's an extra cost. It's going to be added into the cost of the product, I would say.
Okay.
And parts too. Parts was mentioned. But
Thank
the
you.
big thing is the labor, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I have this too.
And you have a written testimony. Awesome. Make the clerk copy. Okay, got one card left. John Keene, representing the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. Oh, great. You've been here all day waiting for this moment.
Got here early. Never know what could happen. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Keene, the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, also known as AHAM, and we're in opposition to House Bill 73. We believe this bill raises far more safety concerns it seeks to address. Our industry encompasses everything from your refrigerator, clothes washer, microwave, electric toothbrush, With that, the repair of our products include the handling of electricity, refrigerant gases, flammable substances, high-speed motors. In fact, appliances are subject to electrical codes, building codes, plumbing codes, safety standards, as well as state requirements to handle our products. Opening up the repair process to any third party could have a significant impact on the safety and reliability of our products.
Could you talk slower,
Oh,
please?
yeah, I'm sorry. And it opens up the threat. Oh, I'll go step back a second. Opening up the repair process to any third party could have a significant impact on the safety and reliability of our products. And it opens up the threat to significant property damage, including the instances we have heard of, including using the wrong refrigerant, using counterfeit parts, leading to electric shock. That is why it is paramount to have an authorized repair professional who is trained to properly handle our products to ensure the customer remains safe. Manufacturers will no longer have the ability to properly assess whether the technicians entering the home have met the necessary technical, safety, and security checks to make sure the customer remains safe. I do want to mention that there is a nationwide home appliance service and repair industry, about 20,000 across the country. Of those shops, 88% of those are local mom and pop repair shops across the country. So to conclude, appliances are complex. They require training and accountability. Untrained repairs can compromise safety and security. And that is why no state has enacted legislation that cover appliances up to date. With that, I ask you to oppose House Bill 73. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? I guess, oh, we do have Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just please reiterate, you said that no state to date has passed the appliance provision?
Yeah, so last year, 2 states in the U.S. passed right to repair legislation. Colorado passed a wheelchair right to repair, and then New York, as was mentioned previously, passed a right to repair bill, but explicitly excludes appliances. So we were not, it's not part of that law.
So what did it cover?
So like, I think it's like consumer electronics, but there is, you can look at the law, but the one thing I want to make clear about the New York law is, as I mentioned in my safety is highlighted in their law, consumer electronics, and only they'll provide those parts to consumer electronics only when safety is not threatened. So there is exemptions in that law, but appliances were excluded in that.
Appliances. Devil's in the details. Okay, Representative Post.
So 2 questions. John, what was your last name? I'm sorry.
Keane, Keane.
And the other one for Colorado, you said that was strictly for wheelchairs?
Yes.
Repair? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 73? Okay, before I close the hearing, I will read the blue says nobody. The online, we have 2 support and 5 in opposition. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 73 and say you all have a safe drive home. Hopefully the weather has gotten better.
We're from Concord together. We're from Concord.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll yeah, okay. Well, that's why I didn't Feel free to